Guys, I am 1/3 of the way through with putting in video for the video I'm editing. This shit sucks. I don't know how people do YouTube as a full-time thing. Like I know I used to do YouTube a lot, but I wasn't editing videos like very well. Not that I'm saying this is very well. Like I'm not saying this is good. It feels better than my other videos. It feels more put together, more planned, more, you know what I mean? But look how long it takes to load. Dude, this sucks. It's stuck on 3%. But I shit you not, I am only 1/3 of the way through. Only 1/3 of the way through. It's a 22-minute long video. I use Sony Vegas and it's low-key ass compared to Premiere. I don't know if I wouldn't say Premiere is good. I don't know if I like Premiere. I don't know if I like Premiere. To be honest. It runs better than Vegas for me? Oh, not for me. Premiere is a slog. That shit is a slog. We've added a setting that lets you opt out of having your channel content used to train generative AI content models. Okay, give me the process. Give it to me. Oh, it's on by default. Yeah, of course it is. Um, where do I fucking change the setting? That's insane that that's even a setting to begin with. Make sure it toggles off by refreshing. God, that's crazy that that's on by default. That should be fucking illegal. Please, EU. I know you guys do some stuff that's good and some stuff that's shit. A lot of stuff that's shit. This is your time. I had to block a random name to have that setting save. That poor guy. He's gonna try to join your stream and he's gonna be confused as hell. Have you tried shorting it all into a YouTube short? Bro, I don't know if I could turn all of this into a YouTube short. You kidding me? Gooseman 4 is gone forever. No, Gooseman 4! You know man does. Also, Bill, I saw your DM. Yeah, we have some of the, I think we have some of the stuff that you pointed out in here. I understand some of it though. So I have to look over it again though, because I was a little bit confused in certain parts. Yeah. Yeah, we are doing some of that now. Like at the end of every like route, at the end of every route, you get rewarded based on like how many maintenance tasks there were, how many cleaning tasks there were, that kind of stuff. And we'll probably do even more stuff over time as well. Give us a sneak preview. Bro, by the way, do you see this shit? 1/3. This is just 1/3 of the fucking video. Oh, at the very end here, I put the rats exploding sound, and look at this. How many people do you think I'm gonna piss off with this? Enjoyed this one though, like and subscribe. Thanks for watching. See you later. Wait, why is it so zoomed in? Yes, man. Yes. What's the video we're working on?
Shit my pants, I did.
Watched the eclipse today. It got a little darker and that was it. Not worth the hype.
That's an eclipse, I believe. Yeah. You didn't look at it right, right? Did it get darker because of the eclipse, or did it get darker because you looked straight at it without any glasses? Lots of Chris Zukowski clips. I only use 2. Just this one here. Friend slop. And then I use this one.
They're made in a way that they can be made in like 4 to 6 months.
I should probably put it. Hold on. We're gonna do a little bit of editing on stream. Hold on. Little editing on stream. Hold on. Put the credit on there. Oh my god, it's the AI emote. It actually is the AI emote.
They're made in a way that they can be made in like 4 to 6 months.
Anyways. Wait, we have to put 2 credits. We got to put the credit of who's saying this thing and then what the game is. Oh fuck. Wait, we need 2. Wait, hold on. We need 2 credits in here. What the fuck was it? Shotgun Roulette. Yeah, I remember the name of this. Why is it over there? What the fuck? Yeah, every 5 minutes.
They're made in a way.
Oh, Buckshot Roulette. Oh, fuck. Stupid me. I'm dumb. How do you spell okay. Every 5 minutes.
They're made in a.
Yeah, anyways. I go on a rant in this one. I feel like I'm I feel like I'm constantly, a lot of the takes I have in here, I feel like are constantly like going against the grain of what typically is said in game development circles. But to be fair, I'm also stupid, so. Yeah. Been working on this. It's like 1/3 done, but not even 1/3. It's 1/3 filled out, not even 1/3 done. Because then I got to review it and I got to edit a bunch of it because a bunch of these clips are like too long. Look at this. There's like this clip here. How long is this on? It's not even cut up. 20 seconds. We're gonna lose all the viewers right there. We need to have like 17 memes in between, 16 jump cuts, zoom in, zooms outs. Anyways, yeah, this video is just like, oh, hey, my game released. Now what? That's literally it. That's actually going to be the name of the video is my game released. Now what? I released my game. Now what? I don't know which title would do better. Is it better to say I released my game. Now what? Or my game released. Now what? I became a millionaire. Now what? Literally not true. Oh, look at this clip. This was so when we recorded the day after video, he was hiding behind this wall waiting to get into the shot, but while he was waiting behind the wall, his legs started freaking out. I was like, okay, I'll put that in there. It's so fucking funny. This also needs some more footage variation as well, actually. Let's put a marker here. Great, more work. Need more footage variation. And I got lazy trying to look for clips, so instead I just look through everything and put a marker for what the type of clip I need to look for. There's a lot of shit in here. And then I gotta write down a bunch of shit over here at the end here. Video editing. Shit sucks. I don't know. I feel like it sucks because I just don't have... I have to look through all of the footage to find spots in footage that makes sense for each little footage. And then I have to go back to OBS and record a bunch of shit to then, like, when I'm, like, scrolling through, like, Steam pages and stuff, I'll have to go and record it. Or I probably have to record a bunch of train rot stuff. Footage? Why is it called footage and not handage? Or leggage, or like headage, or something. Why do they call it footage? Now you guys know when you like overanalyze a word, it just becomes weird. Now I'm seeing footage as foot age. What is the foot age? Anyways, video game. What's on the docket today? I'm glad you asked. I don't know. We have to make it so you can left click these items that are these objects that are one click only. Footage comes from the length of film used. So do they use feet as a determination of length? 3 feet of footage? Yes? What the fuck? Wattage? Wattage? We probably shouldn't allow that, huh? Yep. Okay, here's the plan today. For today. The plan for today. Today's plan. First, flush. Wrap it up. Hold on. Take 2. That's fine. Whatever. I don't even care anyways. We should make that object a little bit larger though. And I think we're going to keep the fuse because I'm too lazy to import another mesh. So I'm just going to use that. But we're just going to increase the scale of the fuse. That way it's a bit easier to grab onto. How about a scale of 3? Three and 2. No, just 3, whatever. Yes. Yeah! Oh. Okay. Yeah, we need to make it so we can left click this. Another thing I'm thinking about, because this button is so important, should we make it so you have to hold the button to interact with it? Not just an immediate one click. Because what are the chances that you accidentally click this? Very high. And this is a pretty important button. This is a literally end the route button. Or completely ruin the run. So, should we put the... I wonder if we should put the progress bar on this. Also, by the way, we the shadow for the inverted hand is not inverting. Should probably fix that. Be good to fix, possibly. Yeah, so I'm thinking we just use this to advance. We gotta hold it. Either that, or we put a little like UI indicator somewhere that goes doot doot doot. That could be good too. Where would I put that though? I guess in the corner. Get up, Alex. In the corner, or where do we put the other things? Like here we have it there. We don't really have too much space on this display. It is a pretty important button. It makes me think maybe we should like increase the, you know, increase the width of it. Have you got your project to the point to hit that delete key on it yet? No, no. I don't do that. I don't know why people delete their projects. Although I did do that in the past. Like I think I have a bunch of projects that I deleted, or they're on like a backup drive or something. I don't delete my projects. There's always shit that's useful that you can reuse. Man, the amount of shit I reused from like Ronin and even like super past projects that I'm still using now. Okay, so I'm thinking we get this little display with 3 little beep, beep, beep. Maybe 4. Beep, 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 beep. I like 4 little beep, 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 beep. We could put them in the corner here, or we elongate this a little bit and have it on the side. Or we have it here along the bottom. No, that would look awkward. I'm thinking along the length here on the side would be good, but I think we'd have to make it like semi asymmetrical. Would that look weird with a little bit of asymmetry in there? All right. So if I make this asymmetrical, is it going to look weird? I think it would look kind of weird. I think it would look weird because I've been staring at this for so long. That could be part of the problem. Is that I've been staring at it for so long. Um. I don't know if I should recoil to my weapons. Probably, right? Try it out. Try to add it in a really hacky way, so don't spend too much time on it, and see if it's worthwhile. Maybe we make the entire button console wider. Okay, not that much wider. 1. 2. I don't know. I think we'd have to move this to the left. Turning your back to whatever may follow into this train car and interacting with this button for a moment to end the route has good horror potential. That's what I'm thinking. Like, Alien Isolation, I feel like does a really good job of the whole like concept of holding a button and being terrified what's behind you and stuff. So I think that's good, and also from a user experience standpoint, so that players don't accidentally push this button when they're maybe interacting with something else or doing something else. I do think the wider console is a good idea, just considering how important this thing is. Where's the computer? The supercomputer. What's the main piece here? Is this the parent? Won't you have more consoles there anyway? Won't do anything but for visuals? Yes, yeah, we will. We'll have some random shit kind of around here because it feels empty. Of course, we'll have the speed lever in here too somewhere. That'll probably be like right in the center or like semi-center, and then we'll have like some random stuff kind of scattered around, which I think will be good. Yes. Yes, man. What up, Fist? Okay. So we'll go ahead and delete this section here. And then bring this in. Okay. I don't think we need to make it that much larger, to be honest. Actually, I might be able to do there we go. Should align with that quite well. We move this up, move that to the side. And we got ourselves the little thingies that we can see going toot, toot, toot. So emissive 2 and then screen. So we're gonna probably remove screen. And then just assign it to emissive 2. Another thing that I kind of would like to do here, it looks really weird how there's no like hole under where this is. The only problem is I don't know what the size of this thing is. No problem though, we can figure it out. We can figure it out. Let's do this. This will be separated. That way we can do this real quick. No ginger? Why is it not the second crimson? That would mean I'm dead. Knock on wood. Knocking on much of wood. That's why we're having such a bad heat wave. That's why I love the heat. Let's just blame it on AI. I think that'll make things a lot easier. Let's just put the blame on AI. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! $36C tomorrow? By the way, it's supposed to be fall soon, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong. It's supposed to be fall soon, right? Sorry, it's just summer all year round now? All right, okay. All right, okay. Sure. I'm going to put a bevel on this. No one can tell me otherwise. No one can tell me otherwise. Don't care. I think we should probably keep the sharpened edges on there, though. Or maybe at least on this edge. Birdie doom, birdie doom. I have 62 sailing in an OSRS. Just wanted to state that out. Now I can do that one quest that just came out. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. By the way, someone just got 99 fishing by just fishing sardines and shrimp. I just saw a news post about it like earlier today. Dude, I don't know what it is about old school RuneScape players. I swear, if they put their mind to it, they could probably solve cancer. But instead, they choose to get 99 fishing by fishing the level 1 fish in the game. It's insane. Seriously. The tenacity they have to just pull through and grind. Imagine what they could do. Myself included. All right, look how, yes, it's like when they brought out the iPad and everything got like 15x wider. Dude, fuck yeah. All right, where's the circle? I literally can't see it. We got to make it wider. Are we for real right now? Is this scaling correctly? No. Cool. I thought we were not going to see 80 seconds again. 80s again? Oh, brother, we're in the 80s. Drugs are on the rise, you know, all that kind of good jazz. Hell yeah, man. We're right in the thick of it. All right, look at that. We got ourselves an iPad start-stop button now. It's much wider. It looks kind of fucking stupid, honestly. Why does it? No, it actually, you know what? You know what? It actually looks pretty good. Thank you for the reminder. I need to do my Blender course. Hell yeah, Sean. Get to it. Nordic Fishing Hut. Not sure if it's game ready, though. Nordic Fishing Hut. I don't know, man. I have not been claiming any of the free shit on Fab for a really long time. I've just... Them constantly doing the things they're doing, that Epic is doing, it's just burning me out of, like, everything. I don't want to look at marketplace assets even more anymore, even though that was like a thing that I used to do so often, was like look at assets. I just don't care anymore. They like single-handedly killed my interest in keeping an eye on the marketplace. Wait, why it's free stuff? Oh, wait, you're a trillionaire. Well, dude, just because it's free doesn't mean it's useful. Also, I'm not a trillionaire. What the hell? Where did trillionaire come from? I don't like how the left side is so wide. What's the engine? I use Unreal. The train engine? I don't know, probably like a V12, V16, V24, V32. What do you think a train has? How does a train engine actually operate? I think it's like 32 cylinders, I think. What if we made the left side slightly smaller? Does it look weird? That actually doesn't look that weird. Wait, hold on. If we just balance the other elements, I think this doesn't look that weird. Now that I think about it, actually is not that weird. Yeah, it's actually not that, it's not as weird as I thought. I like your sarcasm. There's a lot of that in this stream. There's a lot of that. Okay, so now we just need to center this. Okay, I can fuck with that rather than this looks good. I think this works. This works really well. In fact, what if we put the speaker? What if we put the speaker on the right? Are you for real? I'm pretty sure I selected that. I did. There's two of them? Yes, there are two of them. What if we put the speaker on the right side? I kind of like it in the center. Actually, like the center. I'm talking about the center, because that's not centered anymore, technically. It's not going to be centered with the button, but that's okay. Actually, I kind of fuck with it being asymmetrical, also because I don't want to fix that one issue that we have there. Turn it 90 degrees if you're putting it on the right side. Yeah, possibly. I think it's good where it's at. This has a good feeling of balance, oddly enough. It has a good feeling of balance. I fuck with it. We're good. This is the upgrade. This is the final version. Forever. Look at that. Hell yeah. Also get some work done, Krim. I'm literally working. can't satisfy you motherfuckers. If you had 11 million USD, you could say you were a trillionaire in Lebanon. Yeah, that's probably never gonna happen. %95 free space left on the Commando Control-O. The only thing we need to make is the speed lever. The other things are just polish and just detail shit. There'll be buttons that you can press just to press it, just to hear the button pressing, but it's not going to actually do anything. It's just going to go tick, tick, tick. Okay, so we'll probably do this in the future. But at least I have that there for when I have to do the button press. Actually, hold on. I can actually determine... Do we replicate the button press action event? I guess we should, huh? I think the problem is we don't have a good infrastructure for this to do its thing. Alright, well. That's fine. It looks good though. The larger size I think makes it seem more important. More oh shit, the light. The light isn't centered. Guys, the light. Guys, the light. Imagine you can drag the key off someone and throw it away. Game over before the round starts. There should be a random task where the button just pops off the socket and you got to put it back in. Just shit randomly breaks on the train. None of it makes any sense. It was all built like with the most fucking plasticky bullshit. The button that'll boop, just the spring pops out. You got to put it back in so you can press the button. That'd be so fucking funny, actually. That'd be so fucking funny. Anyways, we gotta move the light so it's centered. Sorry, not the attenuation radius. It's the source length. All right, looks good. Big fan, huge fan, humongous fan. Those are exactly the things that makes these games go viral. I saw a clip of someone playing a game and they had a friend. And I don't remember what the name of the game was. In their eyes, they had a gun, but in their friend's eyes, it was just a stick. And then the instant the guy picked it back up, he's like, wait, hold on. And then he tries to shoot it. The instant he tried to shoot it, the thing disappears and then it turns into a fucking branch. That's so good, dude. That's so good. That's so damn good. Oh my god. Need to fix the hinges on the fuel area before you can refill the train again. I do think some sort of thing that stops you from fueling up the train that you have to do right here would be pretty good. That was like the idea with these things. These would be like little like valves you kind of have to like position correctly. That's the TikTok self-marketing stuff. My only problem with implementations is like that is it has to be like relatively straightforward to implement something like that, or just like take a day of time, because I still think it's like a really good thing to put in, like stuff like that. And the only problem is it's like it's a one-time thing kind of shtick for the players, right? You know what I mean? I feel like it's a one-time kind of thing, having a thing like that. Do I have a progress bar emissive anywhere in here? At least it was funny for that moment. I agree. No, I do think moments like that are really good, even if they are sometimes one-offs. Definitely. Yeah, no, these would be gauges, basically. And then the players would have to kind of align them or whatnot. Woo! Merry Christmas! The phone needs to be a rare spawn, because technically the idea with the phone is it randomly rings once in a while. And this could either be one of two things. When it rings, you either win money, or you get prank called, or a monster is on the phone that you gotta stay on the phone with. How about the players are able to kick, and lots of stuff needs kicking to fix and break it? Guys, we're not adding kicking to this game, okay? We're not adding kicking. We're not adding kicking to the game, okay? Come on. Perhaps those kinds of puzzles where you have to rotate the levers in the correct order. Oh, like you the only thing with that is that would be a lot of trial and error, I feel like, right? Like, how else would you kind of know? See, this is definitely a problem with the game right now, is we don't have enough variety in tasks. Look, there's 3 electrical problems in the back of the train. There's no variety. We need some variety, man. We need some variety. We need some variety of stuff that, like, you have to do. And not just stuff that you have to do, but stuff that also impacts the train in like a unique way. Whoa. 3 levers with on or off isn't a vast amount of possibilities. No, that's it's a lot more doable. 3 or 4 levers is pretty doable, I would say. I do want to come up with 2 crowns. Just got to open or close the levers to get the gauges into the green. So I do like the idea, don't get me wrong. My problem right now is all of our tasks, for the most part, except the... Okay, there's 2 that actually do like effects. The steam valve, which isn't even that big of a thing because it's just a random thing that, you know, can damage you if you run into it if you're dumb. And then the electrical component, all the other ones are basically just like tasks, just to be tasks. I want to come up with stuff that causes a bit more chaos And we have a couple of those ideas. The C4 is a good one because it's like, it is its own thing, but it also just like, its inherent effect, it has a time limit for one, or else it damages the train. Yeah, we have a thing where you have to move the fuse for the electrical thing. We already have that. We already have that. Yeah, we just finished the damn quota already. The gauges could be useful to stop the furnace from exploding. Maybe, maybe what could happen is that these gauges, you have to like, there's two directions it could go. Either there's not enough heat, and so anything you put in here, it's not gonna melt. Or the opposite is this shit's fucking on fire and there's like a big blaze coming out of it. So you gotta like go in and quickly like moderate it. That could be kind of fun. That could be interesting. Always go with more fire. Yes, baby. Hell yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I think that's one big missing piece of the game right now. No, windows don't open. Are you gonna have stops where you have to get parts that are off the train? You have to get parts that are off the train. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe something where things have to be swapped in different parts of the trains the players have to coordinate. So there is going to be one where like two levers have to be pulled at the same time. Which I think will be a good one. I do think it would be good having some teamwork based ones for sure, like more team based ones, because like that's the only one I have right now on my list for like team based tasks. And I do think really leaning into the team based element is a good idea, having things that require multiple people at once. Chicken on the loose. Yeah, that one. Window repair. You see the lever sequence. It would be good to come up with some stuff that requires two people. Excalidraw? Isn't that just an entirely different service?
Shit my pants, I did.
Ben, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Almost 1 year. Like it'd be cool having like 10 stops or something where you have to do stuff off the train. They don't have to be big areas. I don't know. We'd have to figure that out. I wouldn't mind it. That could be a good like adding variation. We'll see. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Hold on. I gotta go to the restroom. Give me a second. Hey, I'm back. I had to fight the toilet. Fisticuff style. Clearly, I was the winner. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what can we do as like tasks? Okay, so two things very important. A task that requires 2 or more people to complete it, and something that could cause an environmental impact on the train car that it's in. It needs to have some sort of impact to the train car. I feel like that's super important. Because otherwise, I feel like these maintenance tasks are kind of like whatever. But if you have something that can be like impactful, I feel like that's so much more interesting. Like, it's crazy to think that we have all these little things, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like we have that much. Because they're all so just like within their own little zone, doing whatever. Seesaw bellows for 2 operators? Wait, hold on. You might be on... Okay, I don't know where I would put that, though. Need to work together to pull a water hose to put out a fire? I wish we had water hoses, but we have fire extinguishers instead. Unless maybe we have, like, water hoses at the back of every train car, but the fire extinguisher is just a mobile version of it. I don't want to do train car detaching because we don't have like the code infrastructure to get that to work right now. Yeah, we want to avoid events off of the train. The only moments where we get off the train are when the train is stopped, for the most part. We will have some other things where you'll be able to get off the train temporarily, like maybe another train will like run alongside it and you can jump on that one real quick, do something and then get back on. But generally, we do want to avoid getting off the train because this isn't like real collision or anything like that, right? So yesterday we had the idea, or this is the whole speed lever mechanic thing. There'll be moments where you hear like ding ding ding, and then like you have to, it's going to be like a danger kind of like bumpy zone, so you have to like slow down the train temporarily while you go through the bumpy zone. And if you go full speed into it, it bumps the train, causes a bunch of shit to break, stuff like that. Like that'll be a thing that we'll do that I think it will be good. That kind of influences a little bit of teamwork, a little bit, if like someone has to yell at someone to go like to the front of the train, slow down the train real quick. But yeah, not very teamwork focused still. I like the idea of the seesaw bellow. I don't know where we would put the seesaw in here, if it would be at the front of the train or somewhere else. I think that's a really funny idea, that 2 people have to be on like on both sides going I think that's great. I don't know what kind of I don't know how that interaction would go though. I guess it would be up down kind of thing. Door jamming, needing people on either side to do something to reopen it and could be trapped in it with a monster. That could be kind of crazy that because door jam is actually a thing on the list right here. Maybe door jam can only be opened up or cleared from one side of the door. That could be kind of cool, actually. I was just thinking it could add some randomness doing things off the train. We have some areas where you do things off the train. It could be cool to maybe have more areas where you have to get off the train and do some stuff on the train. Or like on the train, like when it's stopped briefly. But a lot of it is more like taking place on the train. Of course, we need to put some maintenance tasks on the roof of the train engine car as well. Some stuff up here would be great too. I do like the idea of the door jamb only being openable from one side, though. The problem with that, though, is... what if we jam the door? But all of the players on the opposite side of the door, and there's no way of getting around it. Maybe the door jam is temporary, so it only, like... jams for a period of time until it gets fixed. I don't know. Are you meant to see the ID badge when you look down? No, I just haven't changed it. I also want to make it so when we look down, the camera slightly goes forward, so then that way you can see your body. Boom, boom, boom. I don't want to see my body, though. Too bad. Too bad. All right. Why is this still happening? All right, because it's the is valid thing. Oh, fuck, man. I feel like we need to add safe select to this project. I forget how to make the safe select, though. Oh, the problem with a safe select is it's a macro. Right. Right. That's the difference, is it's a macro. I remember. Or no, it's not a macro. It's a it's in a function library. Do we have a blueprint function library? Status function library. Oh shit, that's just for statuses. That doesn't help us. What's a safe select? It's not like a, I don't think it's like an actual terminology that's like there. It's like my own thing, so don't worry. The problem with select, so let's say I used select here, because, so right now, the problem is that we keep getting an error because it's receiving nothing from hit component, right? But it's trying to read the world location. Even if you were to somehow check, hey, is this valid? It doesn't matter. Why? Because select will run false and it'll calculate both no matter what. Even if this is like true or false, which is really annoying. So the idea of a safe select is you can still put the thing in, but it'll check if this is valid first before reading it. Only difference is it's no longer like a pure kind of flow. You have to have like, we have to have a node in here, but yeah. I gotta remember how to make that function though. ID badge scanning in different orders for a task could be good for teamwork, like a clock in, clock out task. Maybe. Could be fun. There was ideas for the ID badge, but I don't remember what they were. Yeah, today we'll work on the speed lever thing today. Where's my Trello? The speed lever, the front train engine panels. We do need to make the welfare check horn event. So like make it so you have to hit the horn, which I think will be fun. It makes it so like the horn is used a lot more often. I don't know what the downside of not doing the welfare check would be. I think there was a design thing where it like starts emitting a noise. After, at a random point, a slight beeping will appear at the front of the train as a welfare check. The player has to push the button to avoid the alarm from going off. They'll have a certain period of time before the alarm activates. Right. So they have to use the horn, or else a loud alarm could start going off, and then that would start alarming monsters towards the front of the train. Anyways, let me quickly make the safe select just so we don't see that error popping up anymore, because it is kind of annoying. I think I have a function library in C++, but I don't know how to write this in C++. It needs a... So we need to kind of write it in a similar way as a... As a select. Actually, can I read what this looks like? No. Damn. Oh, I can collapse the nodes though. Oh no, not collapse. I was thinking, is there no way of turning the bet? No, I don't think there is, because it's probably a C++ function. Could you not extend the select and then change some of the logic? Like I'm trying to think, we could we extend the wild card? I don't think we can extend the wild card. No, either way, even if we use select, it actually would just bring us back to the problem of reading from an invalid null reference. So the whole idea of the safe select is getting away from select, unfortunately. Let's see if I can write it in C++. I think it's just blueprint callable. It would output a wild card input. Wait, did I do the safe select in C++? Now that I think about it, actually. Because how else would I have done the wild card? Hold on, let me see if I can open up the project, because I think it was done in Suit for Hire. Let me check. New window. Core function library. Game focused. Rerun construction script. Get project version. Okay, I'm not seeing it in here. I am not seeing it in here. How would I have done it in Blueprint? Let me see. Hold on. Let me open up the project. I haven't opened up Suit for Hire in like a hot minute. You know, Cooley. Okay, let me see if I have the safe select in here somewhere. Scoring. Actor macro library. Let's see. Maybe I made it a macro. Oh, it is a macro. Safe select. Oh, right, because we're using set by reference variable. You could probably turn this into a function, though, to be honest. Oh, I guess you can't. No, you could. See, in here we also have do once with a reset, just using a delay. For each loop with the delay, spawn attack indicator. I think that's just some random bullshit. I guess we'll just recreate the macro library in here then. Let's do it here, core. We'll do, why do you have to pick a parent class for? So we'll just copy everything that's in here. So we need an execute node, which I think it doesn't come with. I see. Then we need an output. And what's really funny is the output is not execute, the output is then. Then. And then we need a wildcard, which is going to be the return value. And then in here, we need a false and true and an index. So we need two wildcards and a Boolean. False, true. True. Index. Is that how a select is, option 0, option 1 index? So the only thing that sucks is, it can only be done for a Boolean, but most times this is only something that we need for a Boolean because of the fact that we're checking against something being valid. And then I should be able to just copy paste this here. Yeah. So we'll put that into index. And then this goes here, that goes there, this goes there, I believe. First one is true. Second one is false, and that's everything. And that's it. Now we got a safe select. It was a macro. I think the only reason why I made it a macro at the time in Blueprint is it's the only way I can interact with wildcards. I think you can probably use wildcards in a function, but I think you have to do that one in C++. Actually, hold on. Let's check. Yeah. Yep. Yep. You'd have to do that in C++. So now we have our safe select. So we can just call safe select. We get our beautiful little macro here that we can now use. And then all this just to avoid a null reference. We want to check if this is valid, the hit component. And if it is valid, do this. Otherwise, crash the entire engine. Uh-huh. Right. So, there's something I should know about macros, Blueprint macros in UE5 6. Is there something I should know about macros in UE5 6? I think it just hard broke. Yeah, I think I just killed it. Can we not use wildcards? Wow. What are the chances that because we copied over Blueprint code from UE4 and pasted it into UE5, what are the chances that those functions in the macro, even though they look perfectly fine to us, are probably just fucking broken? Let's see. Moment of truth. Let's see. Is it possible that because we copied over these set by reference variables, and maybe even the branch, and maybe even the local wildcard, Twitch, clip that. Oh, Twitch. Listen, if you're gonna put AI on this fucking bullshit, at least listen. Okay. Oh, there we go. It worked. They're free flow. Keep up the good work. Thanks, man. Thank you. The one person in chat who's actually, being supportive. This video is either unavailable or not supported for the browser. Huh? Can't you do it so it's not possible to give null in the first place? I would have to do this like long process of stuff, which is so annoying. Oh, great. It didn't go far enough back. Oh, that's annoying. Whatever. Yeah, so there's no real way to make it so it doesn't read from null, because the problem with select is it's like by nature it's always going to run all of the code, right? If that makes sense. As in, like, it's always going to run everything that you have in the select, even if something is null, which is really annoying. Really, really annoying. Because then we have to do this, check if it's valid. It's basically, this is just a smaller form of you doing a is valid check and then doing two different flows. It's just this does like a safety barrier check first. Just makes it look a little cleaner. It's just so funny though. I think what I noticed is the local wild card, I think was a by reference. Like it was a reference. It was a diamond. And then when I changed it, I saw something different. Why use null checks when your inputs be clean in the first place? It's more so that some stuff doesn't have a component when it's tracing on stuff. And then we set the UI hand type based on certain things here. So I could do a branch here that just checks, did we hit anything at all? And then if not, then I guess like here, this should probably be false. But here, this sets the crosshair state. So it's kind of like checking if we're looking at anything at all times. Oh, it's getting pretty gnarly over here. Okay. Is this the component? What is this? That's the component. What are we working on? I was just fixing an error that was spamming, which should no longer be spamming anymore. Okay, good. Good. Very good. Okay. Yeah, that was just to end all the errors. Now we just have these warnings, and that's just because I think some of these trains are using the wrong mobility type. I can fix it right now. It's like not even that big of a deal. Cargo cars. We have that system that randomly sets. But these are set to static. So they have to be set to... What do they have to be set to? Is it movable or stationary? Can be changed in game but not moved. I think they have to be moved, so I think these are going to have to be movable. Oh. Oh my god. I think I just died 3 times. Wowee. Oh, it hurt my chest. Dude, sneezing is death. Sneezing is deadly. Shit's crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Hit me with a double whammy. I didn't even know that. I didn't even feel that one coming. That doesn't sound right. Anyway, whatever. All right, that should fix all of our warnings. That should fix all of our warnings. Now, nobody could be like, hey, ignoring the warnings, blah, 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 blah. See? Look at that. Clean. 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 Buttery clean. Okay. Okie dokie. So we need to make these go doot, 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 and then that starts the shift. I guess we could do that today. Should we do that today? Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Before I forget. Before I forget. So we need to UV unwrap these very specifically. They'll be in stages, like 1, 2, 3, 4. However, I think we're going to use 2 UV maps for this. The first one will just be the regular UV map, which they're not doing. Oh, these aren't using... Okay, that's good. However, I need them to all be in the same UV space. They just need to be in the general position. As long as they're in the general position, okay, they just need to be in that area here. Okay, then they need to be centered. Okay, then we need to make a second UV map. And then this one will be UV unwrapped a little differently. Each will have their own little section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. As long as they're centered in each of these little quadrants, then they are okay. Because we're going to set them all up to be one material. Because when this goes doot, 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 they all going to glow one at a time. We're not going to use different material instances for that. We'll have one material that'll just have a gradient going across. That's it. That's how we'll do it. Right? That's how we'll do it. So, do I do that anywhere currently in this project? Do I have any progress bar stuff? I don't know if I do. I don't think we do. Don't we? Oh, we do. We do on the train. Yes, you guys were so baffled when I did this. I still remember it. Here it is. M emissive train route. Here it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and copy this. We'll take electricity in here. In fact, why don't we just take the train route and duplicate this. We'll call this emissive dash start stop progress. Fresnel, goodbye. This, goodbye. Emissive electricity, yes, that's fine. Electricity, we don't need that one on the opacity mask, actually. In fact, now that I think about it, we don't want this in the opacity mask. We don't want this to be masked at all. This is going to go in the emissive section. We're going to have a second multiply here. And then let's start previewing this node real quick. Multiply by 4 is correct. Yep, 4 is correct because we have 4 quadrants. We'll call this progress instead for the custom primitive data. Okay. All right. Now, because these are these little circle-y bits, I'm going to get a texture sample in here to get our, we have a like emissive light mask that we'll use in here, which is going to be perfect to kind of give it a cool LED-ish kind of look. Yes. Base color, black, that's fine. Metal aluminum, cool. I fuck with that. Let's close this. Then we can open this blueprint up. And then the empty one will be the progress. Start stop progress. Okay, that's looking a little too much for me. Now it's not enough. Okay, that should be good. Give it a slight bit of color. That's fine. We could sit here for 5 gajillion years. It's not going to change anything. All right, so now we need to test if this works real quick. Progress. So custom primitive data. Progress. What's really annoying is that this no longer works in this menu for some reason. I don't know why, but it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't work in this menu anymore. So now I got to do it in here to test it. And even in here, it's not working. It's saying it's undeclared. An assigned material doesn't declare a parameter for primitive index 1. Hold on, let me make this index 0 real quick. Close and open the blueprint again? Do you think that's what the problem is? Okay. Okay, oh shit. So this is UV0, this is UV1. Forgot to do that. So, progress 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh shit. It only does one at a time. Right, this only does it one at a time. If A is more than B, 0, that should be good. If A is less than B, actually, no, wait, sorry, that's the other one. A is less than B. There we go. Okay. Yeehaw. Yes, we're in. We're in. Okay, so now we have to do the whole situation where you have to hold it for a certain amount of time. Here's the beautiful thing about that, though. We don't have any way to read if you let go. Haha. We don't have anything for that. We have that when you grab onto something, I think, but not when you interact with it. Well, I guess we got to do that then. Hee hee. Yardy dar har. Where's my interact? So it only has something for when we started the interaction. Shit. I think we can use the same call for interact, but maybe put a boolean into it called is press or is release or whatever. Or wait, or we can use blocking hit in the hit result. We got this whole ass struct. We might as well use the fucker. We got all this shit in it, right? Blocking hit, initial overlap. We can just read blocking hit as a call or a non-call. And the beauty of that is we're already sending that information. Woo! Okay. Wait, no, that's not good though. We're gonna have to change all of our code everywhere. Because we're gonna call interact twice, once on press and once on release. And then everything is gonna have to read from the hit result to make sure that it's only... Either way, we'd have to do that anyways, even if I do the other option with having a secondary boolean there. So we're going to have to go everywhere where interact is called. Oh, that really sucks. How many things do we have that says interaction? I don't think we have that many objects that read from this, so I think we should be... I think we should be fine. This is kind of a problem with Blueprint, making refactoring hard. In C++, you could just let the IDE rename things, etc. You can immediately see if you broke things. We can still, like, I think it would be similar processes, right? Because here we're doing such a big change up, which is just the fact that we're now calling interact again on an object. Alternatively, we make a separate interaction call for when we release interaction with an object. And then that way we don't have to refactor all of the other things that we did, which might be better. Might be better for us. Right here, we can call release interact. And then that way, anything that requires a release could just call that instead, which might be better. It just means we have to make an entirely different custom event to call that. Well, I think we're still going to want a... What is the hit result doing in this situation, actually? Oh, it's to read the specific component that was interacted with. Okay. Right. In terms of release interact, do we care which component? I guess it would be a good thing. But either way, if we're calling release interact, it would probably just be release on everything. Let's just feed it anyways. Like in general with using blueprints? Some stuff is annoying, but it's more so just the quirks of the engine, I would say. That being said, I don't have enough experience with C++ to know if refactoring in C++ is better. Like, for me, it's It's not that big of a deal. It just means you have to go to every actor or object where something is implemented and just be careful what's going on. But and I'm pretty sure you'd have to do the same thing in C++ anyways, right? Is go to every little thing and see what was modified just to make sure that everything's working properly. So I feel like it would be the same process for the most part. We use this so often that honestly, should just make this a pure function just so we clean up some of our blueprints a little bit. Okay, so canceled is where we want to start calling either cancel or completed is where we want to cancel the release interact. Yeah. Okay. Why did it bring me here? I want to be in here. So we still want to do the same check, making sure that let's also check if last it's great how you can break this struct, but you can't hide other values like you would be able to in other structs. Why is that? Like there's a way that you can like if I get my component hit info, you can hide unconnected pins. Why can't I do that with this one? I can tell it's a because it's a function. God, that's fucking annoying, dude. God, that's annoying. So we're checking if you add anything there to begin with. Let's also still do a check. If it was interactable. Then that way we only call release on things that need release. And then the target is going to be the... Oh shit. Never mind. We can't do that yet. We actually have to put that into its own... Kind of annoying that we have to do it like this. But what can you do? Instigator, hit results, basically the exact same thing. Is it better to call a different event? I guess it would be better to call a different event because then we'd just be giving it a Boolean again, which is unnecessary. Whatever. And then, of course, we're probably going to want a hit result. And then we're basically just doing the same thing that we did here, basically, which is really funny. except it's just a different type of call. Ha ha. I'm sure there's probably a better way of doing this. There's always better ways of doing everything I've been doing in this project. That's okay. We learn. We learn. It's all right. We learn. We be learning. Okay, server release interact. So it calls it on the client. Cool. And then we just have to make sure that we're calling what we called earlier. Which is making me think that the release interact actually doesn't need to even receive a hit call, because it's just reading from the last interacted hit result. Is there a chance that this could break? Since it's reliable, it should be okay. Because I'm worried that this might change before it releases. That could be worrisome. We'll see. Let's just put a mechanic win in. Here's the mechanic. You guys know how I was earlier, I was talking about that whole idea where like the socket button should like randomly pop out of the thing and you gotta like put it back in. Let's make it so if a player is spamming the button too many times, the fucking thing pops out. And then that's our way of protecting against spam calls. The whole fucking socket pops out. And you gotta put the button back in. That should be the way that we stop players from spamming the button and like spamming the server calls. Yes, man. What would be good is these calls don't go through until you're like, that would be good, is somehow checking that we don't call these until you've at least held it for a period of time. I feel like that would be smart, but oh well. Who knows? Maybe I'm like underestimating how much a server can handle. Thinking that, oh, I got to do all this like fancy stuff and like check the timestamp when you press the button and shit. You know what I mean? All right. Anyways, now that we have the button release, we can now do a bunch of cool stuff. So let's just make it so it just calls a print string, because we're gonna have to do some stuff here. We're gonna have to change up some stuff. I'm not getting released, and it's most likely because it's not actually canceled. It's probably just completed. Yep. Okay. Woohoo! Wahoo! So this is if button committed. Yeah, I'm writing comments. You've never seen it before. Don't get used to it. It's not going to happen often. The first and last comment of the entire stream. So we need to replicate a timer for all players. what we could do is this should only maybe be called if the server is calling it. I would imagine this is a replicated act. Yeah, it is. And because we call interact events on server as well, we just have to do has authority because it's already calling it. My worry is that you get to the fourth tick and then or the third or fourth tick and then you try to cancel it. And by tick, I mean like the circle. You get to the like this last section or this last one and you just release it and it still goes through. Very high probability that could happen. By the way, very high probability that could happen. But we'll friend slop, whatever. Friend slop. Just whatever, man. Fuck it, whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Listen, if you invested that much time to hold the button, you wanted to hold the button, okay? At that point, that's on you. You wanted to push that damn button. Okay, so we probably want a Boolean here that is... Do we make it a Boolean, a replicated Boolean, or a replicated timestamp? Can timers be replicated? I don't think so. We could also use the byte here for button ready. Zero button inactive, one stop, two depart. What if three could be pressed? Button ready, I believe, is a rep notify, actually. I don't know. What if we, yeah, what if we just say, progress state, because we gotta, press progress, and then instead of button ready, we'll call this button state. And then, button ready is linked to the onRep function on button ready. Renaming it will still allow this variable to be, but the function will not be called. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. What if I just rename it to onRep button state? I'm a little worried because I renamed it and it didn't create a new function. I'm a little scared. I gotta be real. I'm a little scared. I hope it didn't fucking break. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so button progress is going to be a float. It's going to be a replicated variable. So we're going to set the button state set when notify to 2. Sorry, 3. Why 0 button inactive, 1 stop, 2 depart? Why is it 2 different states? What the fuck is 1 and 2 doing? What's the difference between 1 and 2? Which dumb I'm an idiot. Whatever. I don't think it matters if it's 1 or 2 or 3. Yeah. If button state is not equal to 0, then go ahead and recall it back to what it's supposed to be, which is either 1 or 2. And I don't think it matters which one it is. I don't think it matters which one it is. And then we have to clear the timer that we're going to create called press timer. Press hold timer, which we now should create right here. Press hold timer. Okay. Then in here, we want to set timer by function name. We also want to check if this is interactable. Which it looks like there's a safety call in here anyways, but let's do does not equal 0 or does not equal 3. That way we do not press this when it is already being held. So only one person can hold it at a time. Next up, we want to do maybe 4 seconds, just because that's how our current LED structure is set up right now. Yeah. Press hold timer, put that in the function name. Press hold timer. You know what's really annoying about this is whatever. This only calls when it's at the end. So we gotta put the other calls for the timer for like setting the progress in like event tick or something. Oh, balls. Oh, balls. No, get out of here. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever, I guess. Whatever, I suppose. It should not have to tick by default, though. This shit does not need to tick by default. I don't think it needs to tick by default. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make it so it starts ticking here. The onRep will call it. If this is equal to 3, go ahead and allow this to tick. Otherwise, if not, get out of here. Get out of here. And then let's also call this on client side. And then press release timer will turn off the tick here. Yes. Yes. Very good. Yes. Are there other devs, a team, or are you soloing the whole game? It is me and my partner who's doing a lot of some of the item modeling and stuff like that. But I'm doing the other stuff. And then I guess there's also a team of designers. My siblings are a part of that kind of company, and they're working on some of the design stuff. But I'm doing the other stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Meta. They're just like helping with like some of the branding. They're going to help with like the posters, which is going to be really fun. We're going to do like Loki style propaganda kind of posters, which should be great. I think that should be really fun. So here, set custom primitive data float. Okay, this will be 0, set it to 0 because we're basically validating it. In here, when we press it, let's start with a value of 1, which means the first tick is going to turn on. Yeah. Crazy you have your family on board. I have 3 people who make music. I have to hold them at gunpoint to get a 2-second sound created. I'm pretty good about or at least so far. I've been pretty good with keeping a good separation of like, okay, when we're talking about like business related stuff, okay, we talk about business related stuff. You know what I mean? And then kind of keeping that separation of like, hey, this is this, you know, kind of thing, right? There's still that element of respect and whatnot. It's very important, right? I'm pretty punctual when it comes to like payment or anything like that. I always do payment. Nothing ever free. I don't want any of your free shit. Listen, at the end of the day, you are giving me your time and talents. Okay? All right. Compensation. That's it. Like, I'm sure with some people that's that wouldn't work in certain, like, I'm sure in some families that it becomes a rocky road, but it's been pretty, like, you know, you pay? Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean I pay? You surprised? Oh yeah, one of my sisters is also working on the music as well. And I can't wait to kind of show that off too. I think we're related. Where's my job? That's not how that works. I don't think it matters if this goes over the value of 4 because it's not going to change anything. I don't think it would. No, it won't. So we'll put this here. And then we'll put that in the event tick. It's not fun or ideal to put that in event tick, but fuck it. We are enabling and disabling the tick when we don't need it, so not a huge deal. Cool, there we go. Boop, 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 boop. That might be a bit, okay, I ain't gonna lie. That might be a bit slow. So what if we do 3 seconds? That should still work just fine. And look at that, our code is already working. Hot diggity dog damn! Is that the ready up for the players? This is basically the ready up button, which is why we're making it on a timer instead now. I feel like that's still too slow. The C in my name is for Crimson. We're family. Where's my role on the team? Yeah, we do need a janitor in the studio. $8 an hour, or whatever minimum wage is in Canada. I think it's $14.40 or some shit. Hit a point in my project where I feel like starting a new one without finishing. What's up with that? Did you reach a certain point in your project where you have to do a new skill or a new responsibility that you have not done before or have done before and really hate going into? $7.95. Production is telling me that $7.95 is the minimum wage. What the fuck? We're... Oh, sorry. 17. Oh, God. I was about to say. What is this, America? Jeez. $17.95. We've gone up. It used to be $14.40 when I worked at a warehouse. One player can force it, which is why I think it'd be a good idea to put a timer on it in the scenario where you accidentally press it. Okay, even 3 seconds feels really long. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. We do 2 seconds. However, if we do 2 seconds, that means we need to plus 1 more value onto this. I don't hate it, but I am scared by it, I guess. I would say dive into it, Aaron. Dive into it. Don't start a new project. Use this opportunity to dive into the thing that you are scared of and take some time to get into it. Originally from Alberta, haven't been there since 1999 though. Holy moly. Sean, where did you end up going? Be cool to have the button cover flip up when everyone's ready. So the button does flip up. However, there's no like ready state where everyone like marks if they're ready. It's more so just like one motherfucker just goes in and presses it kind of thing. Yeah. So if we do 2 seconds, 0, 1, 2 plus 3, we want 3 to become a 4. The 3 needs to become a 4. That's what, times 1 point... 3 times 1.33. Let's just do 3 times... Let's just multiply it by like 1.34. British Columbia and then Oregon in 2011. Dual citizen. Nice. Goddamn one. What happens if you press the button and it leaves another player behind? Tough luck. Tough luck, I guess. Hold on. Let me do this. This is just going to be so much smarter if I just do this. Time to hold. So much smarter if I just do this. We have the +1 over here. No problem. Is it, yes, it is the time to hold at this second value. There we go. Is it annoying having dual citizenship? I guess it doesn't matter unless you wanted, if you wanted to move out of the US or whatever. I guess that would be the problem. If you wanted to move out, then it'd be annoying because I hear that you still have to like file taxes even if you're somewhere else. Like, isn't there like a whole thing with America where you have to like pay double taxes or some shit if you choose to leave? Or is it, or how am I wording it incorrectly? The actual like, maybe you don't have to pay double, but you have to file the taxes at least? All right, we have to take the value and then multiply it by 4. I know that seems really redundant because we're dividing it and then multiplying it. USA and Ethiopia are the 2 countries that still claim tax over you regardless of where you work. Jesus. That feels like a good amount of time. 2.5 seconds? 2.5 seconds feels real good. I don't know about you guys. I wish we could play a sound effect in here, but I'd have to read it on tick. Which is not fun. Yeah, 2.5 feels like a really good... It's like slow enough to be kind of freaky, but not so slow that you're kind of like, God, this takes a while. Don't you lose your citizenship after like 6 months also in the US if you don't move back? I don't think I don't think you lose citizenship. No, that might be for green card, yeah, or permanent residence or whatever. Cool. Cool. All right, let's see what it looks like. Does it work properly when we have to dock the train? See, the thing is, you can let go at the very end there. Because you have to hold it all the way. Let's get another client in here to push the button. This is a multiplayer game after all. Yep, works. Should make the button depress. That is going to be what we're going to end up doing next. So that's why I did the... Ignore that. That's why I did the whole thing with changing the button state byte here is when it's pressed, we're going to animate it going in and out. It up and down. The button press. Animate the button press. No, not sexual style. So we'll do that. But what I want to do as well is I want to have a little beep sound that comes up when you're pressing it. I think that'd be awesome. However, there's two ways we could do this. We have a timer that reads each time the button press is going off, or we just say fuck it and put it in the event tick. I say fuck it, we put it in the event tick. Ah, last tick value. This could be an integer. This could be an integer, not a byte. We'll floor it. Floor it. If this is not equal to the last tick value, then that means it's a new tick value. So we will set the last tick value to the new value. Please double click. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and the last tick value, and then we'll play spawn sound at location, or play sound at location. I think we have a beeping noise. We don't have a beeping noise. Oh, fuck. What are we going to play? Air horn. Not air horn. Ball impact. I have a beep in Suit for Hire, but I don't think that beep feels like it matches the beep of what I want here. Computer mouse click. Yeah, baby. Let's put a socket where the speaker is. Why? Why not? I don't know. Why not? I'm in the wrong place. I'm in the wrong place. Here I am. I'm here. Mr. Speaker. We'll take the last tick value and we'll do a range clamped. Really? That could only be done with a float, huh? 1 to 4 will be 0.3 to 1.2. Or maybe 0.5 to 1.2. Either way, we did need to make it a pitch anyways. Attenuation settings. We'll just do door sound attenuation. I just installed UE5 and planning to create an RPG game. Is there any concept or piece of knowledge you'd be like, knowing this at the start would have made my life 10 times easier? Oh, brother. I don't think that's an easy question to answer. You'd have to get more specific. I don't think there's necessarily, like, there's like 5 gajillion things, but they could all be for like different use cases. I'd say, okay, one thing I would say if you're using UE5, and I talked about this yesterday, do not use blueprints. Do not use blueprint structs or enums. Learn a little bit of C++ just to make C++ structs and enums. And don't worry, you can use those in Blueprint. I would recommend that. Another thing I would recommend is get source control running as soon as you can, because you're probably going to brick your project once in a while. But if you don't use the blueprint structs and enums, I think you're going to be okay, because those seem to be like the biggest culprit, I would say. Can we get Wilhelm scream in the game? Maybe. I'll think about it. Rare chance of appearing. The Wilhelm scream. Other tips I would say. Other tips. Look in your editor preferences. There's by default a bunch of shit that will constantly send data to Epic, which is really fucking dumb, but here we are. In privacy, there's a section called bug reports and usage data. For some reason, they're defaulted to on, at least in the versions I was using. And this can lag the shit out of your project and your engine. So make sure you turn these both off. There's another piece of advice. I think there's another thing that you have to do, but it might be in an ini file. I would just search that one up. Yeah. Turn those off. Set a max frame rate unless you want your graphics card to turn into like, I don't know, Jello. You can do that with a console command down here. There's a thing that says enter console commands. You could do t.max FPS and set the value. I would set it to like 120, 90. You really don't need any higher than that in my opinion, but hey, that's to each their own. When working, at least. Yeah, that's what I would say. Okay. Cool. Now we need a really ugly sounding beep noise. I need a beep. Someone get me a beep. Maybe I use the Superhire beep, but I like compress it a shit ton. Please hold. Looking into this. Where is this sound effect? Start bullet time. Coin flip. Let's go. Hold on. Alert sound test? That's not it. My God, that sounds awful. Let's do it. I love this sound. It already sounds really low res. I do kind of want to, well, we're already going to down pitch it. So if anything, I could actually just reuse that. Hold on. Why did I close that folder? Am I dumb? Now I gotta look for that damn thing again. Phone Aura Notify. Here we go. We'll use this. Yes. Let's see how it sounds. Yes. Yeah, it does play a sound at the very end though. So let me see if we can change that. Yeah, we're using pitch for it. So that's how we're doing the little countdown or count up, I guess. And button state equal to 3. I am hearing that last one, which is... Let's Grim, I appreciate you training my AI model with all the content. Keep it up. Mods, shoot that guy in the face. With a 300 millimeter cannon. Okay, next up. Next up on the chopping block. Is this the same game as the Gray Arena? No, that's a different game. That is a different game. It's funny. I actually, I'm working on a new video for the YouTube channel, and I actually talk about that project a little bit. And I'm like, I just didn't. I think I could go back to that project and simplify it so that's not like a huge over-scoped project. I think my problem is that like, I feel like, and I talk about this in the video, I feel like I have this problem where I feel like games need to have like all this progression and content and shit because like I feel like so many players want stuff like that, but I feel like that's maybe just a misconception because I've been reading too many comments online and stuff. We're finally getting AI Crim. What is this? Zach Bussy on Blue Sky. Yeah, I know. I already opted out. It is crazy that they just make that shit default. Is it possible that because I only knew about that an hour into the stream, that 1 hour of my stream has been fed already into an AI generative system, or all of my the past 60 days of VODs, has that been fed into it? What are the chances that opting out is a cosmetic button? I don't know. A lawsuit is a cosmetic button, I guess. I think progression is important. Is the thing I care most about. That's why the incremental genre exists. IMO. Yeah, that's my thing though. But like, you know, there's a time and place for it, right? But then that's my problem. Is like, then it just means the scope is just like blown way out of proportion. I could make a game. I could definitely make a game within 3 months that's just a really fun combat system where you have to just survive like a bunch of waves of enemies. There could be an ending similar to Devil Daggers, but that usually takes like 20 to 30 minutes of fighting monsters and shit. That's my problem with it. Yeah, on Twitch, they automatically feed your content to the thing. That is a good beep, by the way. The beep that's in hashtag general, that's a good beep. I like the sound of that beep. It's nice and crunchy. Maybe we make this one crunchier. That's scary. That's the reality we're living these days. Can you change the bit rate of a singular sound? I don't think you can you? Please hold, looking into this. Advanced? No, I'd have to slap it into Audacity. Wait, no, quality? What if we sample rate quality? Aha! What if we put it to low? Huh? The button didn't do anything. If you press the button too early, it doesn't do anything. With 1 being best compression, put it on 10. I don't hear a difference, guys. I'm gonna be honest. I want this shit to be crunchy. Maybe it's already crunchy. Maybe it already is very crunchy. Whatever. I don't think the progression has to be that crazy though. In that game I mentioned above, it literally is just buying weapon and character upgrades, everything you'd expect. Which one? Hold on. I've been addicted to one of the most simple games. It's so good. It's called Zombieville USA. Zombieville USA. Why does it look like I've seen this game before? And why am I immediately reminded of... When I see a game like this, it reminds me for some reason of... do you guys know... Box Kill? Box Undead? Dead Box? Is it Dead Box? No, it's not Dead Box. What's the zombie game where it's just a bunch of boxes? Is it Boxhead? Oh, Boxhead. Dude, Boxhead was the shit. I played this so often at school. Which is kind of crazy to think, because, like, look how much blood there is. It kind of sounds like the Super Mario jump. Oh, it kind of does a little bit, huh? But yeah. That's just my problem with as a developer is, like, I feel like... Yeah. What's it called again? Boxhead. I feel like I need to invest time into a project that has progression, but then that just causes so much of it causes so much of the scope of the project to blow out of proportion. Like, maybe the scope is, like, very simple. I don't like, or the progression could be very simple. I don't know what the progression could be, like, to be honest, in a game like that where you just fight waves of monsters. Like, maybe progressively, like, different kinds of monsters appear and your whole goal is to survive a certain amount of time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how people make a replayable game within 3 months. I don't know how they do it. Do they just not sleep? Yeah, no, for this friend slot game, it's fine. I was more so talking about for that one game that someone mentioned, the one with the sword game with the red demon monsters or whatever. Oh, right. You know, something we have to do is when we release the button, we have to set the last tick value back to 0. Speed shot was like 7 months, but if I don't have the core loop down to its science at the beginning, I struggle massively. Yeah. They drink more coffee than you? Fuck, I gotta drink more coffee? You can add a roguelike element to it, where you gather currency and upgrade weapons or stats, same map, such arena, but you can't reach the final boss of the game until you get enough upgrades. Yeah, but by doing even sort of any sort of upgrade system, it like everything becomes like so much more harder to program and whatnot. That's where the scope kind of blows out of proportion, because then there's like so much that ends up needing to be added in to even get that to remotely work. So that's the challenging part. All right. So if we want this button to go in. Oh, damn. It needs both the Y value and the X value or the Z value. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know if I have a build of the other project that I could just open up right now. I think I have to open up the actual project. I don't think I have an actual build of the game. Wait, do I? Wait, where's this project? I don't even know where it is anymore. Oh, tower game. Yeah, I don't have a build for it. I should make a build for it just so I can open it up whenever I want to show it on stream. Oh no, for this game, I think I have a pretty good idea of how we could do progression for this game. I was more so referencing the other game that I was working on. That was like something we were working on for like, I don't know how long we worked on it on stream for. Does anybody know how long we worked on it on stream for before I decided like I didn't want to work on it anymore? Maybe like a month? I want to say like maybe it was a month. I wonder if we streamed on YouTube at that time. We did stream on YouTube. I think it was like a month. Yeah, I think it was a month. And then we stopped right around here. Because this was when we started working on Train Rot, the Friend Slap game right here. Does that mean I've been working on this for about 8 months? Yeah, I don't know how I didn't feel good about this project. I didn't feel good about it. Okay, next up, we have to make it so the press. I did really like the hit stop thing you had going for melee swings. I think the polish was getting there. That part was getting there. I think just the rest of the game, I just wasn't liking it. And I wasn't liking what was needed to get it to a point where I was going to be like, okay, I can start liking this. I think there was too many ideas. We had the concept of spells, and then you had a bow that you had to like click tab to switch to your bow. And then we had the sword. It was a lot. I think if I just made it, I think we could go back to that project and make it a 1 month project, but it would be some sort of like, not a Souls-like game, but a game focused on like pairing attacks and like the specific direction of where attacks were coming from, and then pairing that, and then making it like really satisfying when you hit like big flurries of attacks and you're like perfectly parrying it. I feel like that could be sick. And then I don't know how we would do the progression for that. We'd have to figure that one out. simple games are not a good mindset for me. I don't want to put certain effort in because it's supposed to be quick and I end up spinning in circles. I agree. I think it's so difficult though, because with a front slot game, it's inherently supposed to be a simple design where like anybody can get into it. But I think by forcing myself to feel in this element where it's supposed to be simple, I feel like I restrict what kind of ideas can come in to some extent, which is probably why the game feels so empty at the moment. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see as we work on this more. Okay, we're going to do something really stupid. I'm going to use event tick to make the button go up and down. Yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Yep. Parry slash strike slash dodge, top down though, not first person. It's a ripe genre since the Batman games went away. Wait, actually, we don't need to put this on event tick now that I think about it. Free flow combat system, parry strike dodge, top down though, not first person. Is right genre since the Batman games went away. Wait, the Batman game? Are they not working on any more Batman games? Also, another thing, because that game's first person, how the hell do you put in upgrades for a first person game without it getting like super out of control, like with it still being like playable, I guess. Like that's another concern of mine. All right, so let's see, we have 15.768967. Then we got negative 3.37393. And then what's the pressed state going to look like? 14.393. And negative 7.8. And then let me just reset this just so I don't cause any fuckery. That game idea of the God Tower might low-key be better as an isometric type of game. Kill Knight, but with swords ascending the tower. I think so. I think so as well. But first person was just something I really wanted to play around with. Just wasn't the right time or place. Yeah, I kind of deserve that, I guess, for that voice. Yeah, what the hell? What? That's not right. Wait a second. Oh, I put these in the wrong order. I'm stupid. Sometimes I'm dumb. Which is most times, actually. A lot of times. Yes! I wanted to interpolate it, but who gives a fuck? In the tick? Wait, the entire widget moves with it too. Wait a second. Wait, guys, wait. That I don't want that. I want it to stay where it is. But guys, I fucked up. Whatever. How well did Kill Knight do? I feel like it was a really fun game. Suicide Squad gutted Rocksteady, the Arkham devs, and Warner Bros. Isn't doing so hot. Even the Shadow of Mordor devs got shut down. What the fuck? What the hell happened? Bring in Guy 2. Put Guy 2 on monitor 2. Okay, the client is not seeing the little things activate. Uh-oh. Which might mean that this is only being called on the server. The timer. Custom event multitask set button press. Doesn't need to be reliable. Not like a huge concern because this is technically just gonna be the visuals. Let's do pressed. That way we can do this, and then this could be clear timer and set actor and all of this. If pressed, go ahead and do all of this. Blah, blah, blah. Time to hold will only play if it has authority, so it will just play as a visual representation, which is good. Da da da. Okay, now we just have to do multitask button press. Pressed is false for this one, and pressed is true for this one. Although, honestly, that should be happening in the on rep, now that I think about it. Whatever. 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 Okay, now they see the little thing going off. Nice! Hell yeah! You should blow the electrics by bashing the button like that? No, I have an idea where if you bash the button like that, the button pops out of the fucking thing and then you gotta drag it and put it back in. We're 100% doing that. Just not right now. It'll go boom! The whole button will pop out and then you gotta put that fucker back in. Cool. Hell yeah. Completely unnecessary, but cool feature. Yep, that's the name of the game. And the stream. I put a stupid thing in the game. But it's cool. Gonna have people run and hide the button? Hey, hell yeah. I'm okay with that. That's video gaming. Can we put this guy in the tube again? Is he able to go in the tube now, or is he still fucked up? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. What's his collision? What the hell is that? What is that? He has a collision around him. Hold on. Burn the button in the furnace? Okay, that's fucked up. Okay, wait. We'd have to plan for that. We can't let that happen. Wait, what if they throw it off the train? Okay, we gotta respawn the button if it gets too far away. Wait, no. Okay, idea. The button is attached to a spring, and it just falls off the button, and then you gotta put it back in the slot. That way they can't run off with the button. They can't run off with the button. This contact capsule is overlapping with pawn. But it doesn't block. What the fuck? You can use any item as the button at that point, a rat button. I just find it so funny that that could... I want that button to randomly break at times, and then you walk back in, you're being chased by a werewolf, you gotta really, like, push the button, and suddenly that fucker is like... fucking hanging on for dear life. You gotta, like, quickly put it back, and you go... We need to be able to burn the button. Nah, man, listen. I'm okay with trolling your friends by spamming the button while your friend holds the button. But burning the button might be a bit over the top. That might be a little bit too griefy. Griefy? A little bit too griefy. What's funny is we can use the button state for that. Button state 4. Button state 4, baby. Button state 4. Okay. Sorry. I gotta find out why the little bomb guy gets pushed out of the IDS, because I'm pretty sure this tube is set to use complex collision as simple. Let me double check if it has any collision, just in case. Let's delete that, just in case. The tube body, additionally, complex collision is simple. I don't really know why the bomb is not going into the thing properly. Oh yeah, also another problem. If you... Okay, actually, let me test this. Oh no. Oh, nope. You can look away and it doesn't call the release call. We will have to figure that as well, because that's kind of cheating. Maybe you can still hold on to it up to a certain range, but once the thing is away from the screen, maybe we call... Nah, I think you should have to look at it. I feel like that's what creates the tension of not knowing what's behind you. Otherwise, being able to look behind you is cheating. It's cheating! Add a mirror next to it, a reverse mirror. Uh-oh. Looks like we have a little problem. I don't know what this tune is, but it's familiar. Risk of Rain 2. I don't know why they feel so fascinated by The Office. It's like they're always stuck in here for some reason. They just keep navigating in this one room. Woohoo! I feel like it's really awkward having the back of the train. It's just like this. We need a teleporter or something to bring you back to the front of the train. Something to loop you back to the front. If you get to the very back, there should be some way of looping yourself back to the front. I know we have the item delivery system that could just bring you all the way to the front, but there should be some sort of like immediate mechanic to just press that just brings you to the front. I do think that should just be a default mechanic. Maybe it's like you have to look down at the pipe that's over here. There's like a back pipe. And then that's how you send yourself to the front. Or we always spawn the poop chute over here in the back somewhere. A teleport feels too safe. Friends loves, I want to hear my friends yell and coming back. It's just the problem that, like, it works in certain games, but in this game, it just feels really shitty to have to backtrack back to the front. Now, of course, what's really nice is that some of these cars will have this. So this will teleport us to the front. It's just, this doesn't feel like a centralized mechanic. Like, it just doesn't feel, even to me as the developer, it doesn't even feel... Oh, what the fuck? Why are the 4 things turned on? By the way, I love that button press. How much money I got? I don't even know. We gotta fix that. My coffee mug just fell off the table and turned off gravity and completely exploded all over my room. Oh no. God, that sucks balls. Sledgehammer? Don't need you. You don't even do anything yet. God, that sucks when that happens. See, this type of stuff, I love stuff like this. You get an item that you could buy or find on the train, then bring it back to a station to then unlock stuff. I think that's awesome. And we need more stuff like that, I think. Just fascinated how it can explode like that. Just goes kaboom. How much does the camera cost? How much does it give us? $1. All right. Yeah, all right, I'll take it. Sounds good to me. I'll take it. The teleportation should randomly send you to one of the other cars and not directly to the front. I do want to make it so the tube has a chance of randomly sending you into one of the, like, into another area. Which we'll most likely do in the future. I think that'd be really fun. Read my last message. You can add tubes that are locked that you have to open to enable fast travel to that area. I just don't know how we would... I don't know how we would... I guess the player would have to, like, I don't know, from like a UI or something to travel to those areas. That's the only problem. They'd have to have some sort of UI to select the spot to go. Yeah, get down for... Was that a landmine that he just walked on? Oh my god. Get this guy out of here. He's lagging. Get him off the crowbar. Help. Oh! Help. What is that thing? The alarm? Oh, you know, he's just really annoying. Hold on, I'm solving some problems right now. Where's the other rat? Don't tell me he's in the container. Oh, you motherfucker. I think I accidentally killed him. That was an accident. This is the employee. He was a neglected employee and now he's just on the train. He looks... So, what's really funny is that when Jay was tech testing this game with me, this guy actually confused him. He thought it was me. So it was perfect. It actually fit the bill really well. He thought it was me, and then he got caught by him. So I think in a group situation, I think this bad boy is gonna do the trick. I don't know where I'm going. Is the electricity outside here? No. Great. Am I at the back of the train? I am. Shit. I'm in 37 OSRS Twitter arguments, losing all of them because they're calling me names and I'm not calling them names. Not worth your time, dude. Not worth your time. The OSRS community has to be the most spoiled community ever. You got parts of the community that are like, we don't want any updates, but then they say they want updates. They just want the game to die and stay the exact same way. You know what I think it is? It's that they want to finish the game so they never look at it again, and they're like in a Stockholm syndrome with it. And if they keep updating the game and adding more like shit that they have to do, they're like, fuck, I gotta keep playing the game. People still saying that updates don't feel like old school is crazy. That's such fucking copium, dude. It's such copium. They don't have any other excuse or like proper reasoning for like why they don't find the updates good. So they just use that as an excuse. Like, shut up. I love this button, by the way. I love this button. I love the button. What if the rubber chicken turns out to be an idol for a weird cult on one of the stations? Presenting it to the high priest sends you on a quest to enlightenment with chicken-based minigames? What the fuck? Kind of old school RuneScape quest line did you just bring up? Wrath of the Rubber King. They're just jaded as well. Mains are 10-year Iron Man that are like 4,000 tobs deep. I genuinely think the best way to play old school RuneScape is to not interact with the community at all. And what really sucks about that is that I feel like that was 90% what was great about RuneScape back in like RuneScape 2 was interacting with the community. But now it's become so just not fun to interact with, to the point where I just set public to like friends only and never interact with anybody. I even have that one plugin on RuneLite that just hides other players. It hides other players unless they're friends. Like that's to the point where I'm at with RuneScape, because it's just, I do not want to interact with some of those motherfuckers. Jeez. Ah. We need fall damage, and if you hit a metal pipe with your head, damage. Crim turned OSRS from an MMO to a regular RPG. Well, that's what Iron Man really is. You're kind of not really interacting with the multiplayer elements of the game. It gets to, in our group, we do quests together. Bro, not, like 50% of the quests fucking bug out the instant you try to do it with other people. Shit just gets fucking bugged. It's so funny. You'll try to pick up an item. Well, guess what? One of your other friends picked up the item. Now you gotta wait 30, 45 seconds. Because it no longer exists on your end. Oh, hey, you gotta kill this one guy to get an item. Well, guess what? You gotta wait for him to respawn in like a minute. Fall damage is so annoying. Maybe just fall inconvenience, ragdolling. Well, it is going to do ragdolling. I'm not necessarily just saying damage. I think if you fall from a really tall height, it should damage you, but that's not a bug. It's just bad design. It's just bad coding. It's just horrendous coding. And it's all the old quests, and they haven't, like, fixed them. Why? I don't know. Probably because a bunch of people would cry if they even edited any of the old quests. It's like, come on, get over yourself. You haven't done that quest in 15 years. Why am I playing this music? Get me out of here. Get me out of here. What the hell is going on? Okay, what's next on the chopping block? On the block of chopping. The welfare check. Okay, cool. Now it goes. And you're in an instance. So if you hop worlds, guess what? You're back at the entrance. Love that. Love that. Thank you. Thank you, Jagex. Love that. Love that. Love when it does that. I love when you're trying to do a quest and then you're stuck on one part for 20 minutes because there's a random RNG chance that you fall down and you gotta circle all around. Love that. Love that. They've been doing that a lot. They love to do that. They love to do it. And I fucking hate them for that. Can you not? Please. Goodness gracious, that's a horrible design decision. Oh, you know, there's a 60% chance you fail this, and then you got to run all around. By the way, you're running through monsters that poison you. Excuse me? All right. Anyways, enough of that. Where are we? What are we working on right now? Maybe we should work on the random generation cars a little bit, because I think 2 or 3 times in a row, a randomly generated car was in the back, and we don't randomly choose where a delivery system should be. So I'm thinking it would be good to maybe make it so there's an 90% chance to spawn a tube system in the random generated car and just choose where it should spawn. I have no idea why you would do this seriously, but what if you could add a body cam item that when it's worn, it adds a VHS filter and the player camera is a little lower? No practical use, but realism. What are they, police officers? What, do they need to use the body cam in the court of law? There might, okay, I'm pressing 5 million wrong buttons right now, hold on. We have the camera. We have a camera in here. Hold on. Where is it? What was it called? I think it's covered. Yeah, it was covered. We have a camcorder. We could make it to the cam. If a player has a camcorder and they have it equipped, it could appear on the camera display here. That could be like a fun little thing that we could do. For no reason at all. We just put it in because why not? The good old Dark Souls poison swamp. Yeah, but RuneScape for some reason chooses to do that like 4 to 5 times, and they even go ahead and do it in like some of the newer quests, and it's just like, stop doing that. Stop doing that. It's not good design. No one likes it. It's not fun. It's not even like just stop. If you're gonna punish a player, punish them because they made the mistake, not because your stupid fucking float value was under a certain threshold. Like, come on. Oh well, we chose that you will not continue the quest that you were enjoying, and go fuck yourself. All right. I think it would be a good idea to generate a poop chute. It is time to generate a poop chute. In each generated car, there should be... How should we do this? Should it be with sockets? What would be the best way to generate something? Let's see here, train templates, gen car test. What would be the best way to select a room to generate this in? Generate this? Why? Why would you do that? And it also needs to spawn against a wall. And it needs to not generate in a tight corridor. That's another thing we need to do. It could be socket based. Predetermined spots and rooms that could get manually intensive. That's what I'm thinking. If I have to do it manually, God, that would suck. Um. Because then I'd have to place sockets in all these places. Ugh. I think either way we're gonna have to. Could you use the nav mesh somehow? I don't know. Don't give up. I'm not giving up. I'm just trying to think of how to generate this. Another thing we need to consider is we don't have any sort of way to differentiate a tight hallway to a large room. So we might have to put something in our data class. To say, hey, wait, is this the right one? Random gen data asset. Oh no, this is the right one. I was like, there's no way there's only 18 inputs. Yeah, there's 64. Yeah. The easy way of doing this would be spawning the IDS at the very center of a room. That would be one way of solving it. The only thing is we'd have to change our mesh so that it like could do that. What does that thing look like? We'd have to change it so this doesn't require it to be on a wall. So this is like, I don't know, sticking on like a stand or something. That would be a solution. Because then that means this doesn't require it to be on a wall. It could be anywhere. Yep. Yep. Let's just, I guess we could just use the center of a room, but we do need a Boolean to determine if something can fit in a room or not. Which means we're gonna have to put that in the thing, wherever that is. Probably in here. Here it is. Random gen adjacent rules. Random gen constraint, random gen tile type, random gen tile data. I think this is the one. Okay. can spawn IDS shoot. Why not use a gameplay tag container? I guess that's a good idea because then we can do multiple stuff there. You're onto something, Lewis. You're onto something. Am I going to use this to stretch the player too? What do you mean stretch the player? Like if they go into the pipe and they have a chance of being like turned into a green bean? F gameplay tag container. What do we want to name this? Tile tags? I guess. Fuck it. Whatever you say, writer. Tile tags. Hopefully this doesn't break anything that's in place. Some of the return nodes might be fucked up or something. I don't know. Tag container is a good idea though. Very good idea. Because then we can use it for multiple other stuff too. Let's double check that nothing is suddenly broken. In here. Compile. Looks like it's all good. It doesn't have any tile tags specified, but we will have to put that in the future. I actually don't even know if there's a input for a tag container in here, so that's gonna be interesting. Sub manager component. Chance to delete self. Okay, that's for like stuff. Let me check the random gen manager. Let's compile it real quick. Is everything okay? Okay. God, this shit is so crazy to look at, even though we like just recently worked on it. Okay, so now we just have to go into our data asset and basically dictate which ones can have the thing or not. So let's make a new category for this called random gen dot allow poop shoot or allow IDS shoot. Let's do IDS shoot as just the thing. So now all of the dead ends need to have this. The straight piece can have it. Straight tight, no. Straight tight, no. Corner piece can have it. I gotta say, this is not an appealing part of the random generation process, is putting in all this stuff myself. A T connection, go ahead. T connection tight, no. Why is there only one T connection? Oh, there are multiple. It's just every other is a tight one. Okay. We have a 4-way connection here. Yep. Dead end open. I would like to see what that looks like. Yeah, I think you can have it. Yeah, editing this data, not fun. Gotta say. Corner open. I think you should also be able to have that in there. It kind of sucks that we're forcing this to be at the very center of a room. But thinking about it, if we really want these to be a lot more like used, I do think putting these out in the open is probably a good idea. Straight open V2. I think this is just a straight piece. Yeah, I would say allow it. We have another 38 pieces to do. T-con open. Yep. Allow it. Allow it. Corner open V2. What do you look like? Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Put you in there. Two-way open. Yep. Okay, now we have a corner open to F. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Put you in there. I think the F just means that it's flipped. Okay. And then we have a V3 in here. I'll say this one could have something else. Maybe we just don't put this in the corner open ones. We have an empty slot right there. Straight open V3. What does this one look like? Sure. I think this is kind of a rare piece to actually appear at all. Okay, so now they all have a tag that's associated. Good stuff. So, oh my. This is where we spawn the actual levels. Then we'll do a section here. I should probably organize this stuff by collapsing the sections. So then that way I can easily just look at each part and what they're doing rather than having to do whatever this is. But that's okay. So what we'll do here, let's get round with a run seed. Actor location round plus run seed. Okay, so we're gonna use this. Actually, we're gonna do this one. The difference is we're not gonna have that piece, that pin there. This will make the random stream seed. Okay. Then we'll do a bool with weight. So let's say there's a 90% chance of this spawning. So there'll be a chance that a randomly generated dungeon or whatnot will not have a thing. Then we need to do a thing here that says and can spawn IDS shoot. This will be visible. We're going to say by default true. The only difference is we don't want this to appear in the stranded level. So in here, for this random generation manager, we're going to say can spawn IDS shoot false. Okay. Then over here, we have to go through get random tile with tags. So this will be tags. This will be a tag container. Then the output will be an index. Okay. Nice. So we need to make a variable here called valid tiles, which is going to be an array of type index, whatever. Well, fuck it. Then we need to go through every single prototype, I believe. Yes. Every prototype. We want to do a for each loop. At the very beginning of this, we're going to... actually, no. We want to do this as we go through the for loop, I think. So, then we want to break this. Because we're at a point where we... each room should already be selected. So there should only be one room for each one. We can just get the first one and then break this one. And then we're just going to read the tile tags. And then we just need to read our tags here. And then contains all tags, has all tags. Check if the specified tag container has all of the tags in the other container. Get random tile with tags, other container. Honestly, I don't think we need multiple tags for this. I think we only need just one singular tag. I don't see myself requiring to use this function in a situation where we need multiple, but who knows, whatever. Let's just do this then. Has all tags, branch if true. Set this to a local variable current index. That way I don't have like a big line going through here. Valid tiles, we're going to add unique. That's going to be current index. Okay, and then in here, when we're completed, we're going to get a random array item from stream. We're going to use the exact same thing that we have here. Random stream. And then out item will be our random tile. So here we'll get random tile with tags. The tag is going to be IDS shoot. The tile index, we're then going to do a get. Man, I kind of wish we save a reference of where this thing is in the prototype, because that would make my life so much easier. Because what I'd have to do here to get the location now is just do this, which like isn't horrible. It's just reusing the same stuff. And then here we need to spawn an actor from class. Let me check this. This should be... Please tell me it is rooted at the bottom. Oh! Why aren't you at the bottom? Why aren't you at the... Oh my god. Okay. Okay, that's... Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's so stupid. Okay, hold on. So this is 228. $228, $350. $350 minus $228 is 122 units up. Which dumbass did this? Which dumb motherfucker did this? Oh, we're about to find out, actually, by the way, if replicated actors... Oh, wait, no. Here's the idea. Here's what we do. When we do this operation, we only need to do this on the server because ideally, the server will spawn the actor, and it's a replicated actor, so it should spawn only... Yep. And then we can randomize the yaw by doing a random integer, and this time we could just do random integer. 0 to 3. We'll take this, we'll multiply it by 90, so then that way we can put it in the yaw and have a random yaw. Let's always spawn, ignore collisions, and then IDS usable status panel. I think. Is it the usable status panel? Yes. All right. IDS shoots. This will go into generated. And then when this is despawned, we want to delete instances. Luckily, we have a function for that. We're also going to destroy this actor. All right. This is stupid. I don't know if this is correct, but is this the right way of doing random? I guess random generation really is just a bunch of actors put together. I guess. Let's see if it works. All right, so I want to go to my test level. And I don't know if the test will work. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good. That's really good. Yes. Are we serious right now? Okay, let's go back to the drawing board real quick. Why did that happen? Get random tile with tags. We get the index of the array index, and we add unique to the valid tiles. And then we out item. That seems correct to me. Is this not running after the completed? After this is all filtered and done? Are you kidding me? You're still spawning right there. Did I accidentally make it so the blank space has the ability to spawn in something? No, it doesn't have the tag. What do you mean? Are you fucking... Oh my god. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's saying every tile is valid. That's literally not true. Whatever, I don't need, just do singular tag. I don't need multiple tags anyways. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It had to be something with the has tags. Something was going wrong there. I don't know what was going on there, but something right. Something was not right. Oh shit. Fuck, I'm gonna have to delete these manually. Oh no! Oh no! Wait, hold on. I could just reload the level. Don't save. Thank you. Thank goodness. Okay, rerunning the code does not delete the actor for me. Unify, how's it going? Okay, seems to be placing itself in the right places, and it's also randomizing itself. I think this was the 10% chance of it not spawning any of them. Again. Hell yes! Yeah! Yeah, baby! Okay, it works. Okay, now we go back to the game level. So now the randomly generated cars can have a item depositor and person depositor. What was it? Personnel or object pipe. Shoot. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We got the poop chute right over here. Oh my god, damn, I'm good. Call me a musician. There's no way. Is this actually like the 10% chance that we don't spawn the fucking thing? When I wanted to test for it. Yep, it's a 10% chance. Either that or it broke. No, wait, it's right there. Actually, wait, no, wait. False alarm. It's there, it's just in a room that I did not walk into. Look at that. It's the poop chute, and it spawned in a different direction. Maybe the poop chutes should spawn in the direction of a doorway. Back to the front I go. Yeah, I think making these spawn in the center of rooms is a lot better. It makes them feel more integral. Not mine. I want to test something. Don't step on it. All right, here we go. That's not fun. Wait a second. That's not fun. We need that to go. We need that. That needs to go through. And we need that to go through. You don't understand. We need that to go through. Box overlap actors. Physics body or pawn? Okay, there's the problem. The landmine is probably not one of those. Where are you? Hello? Looking for landmine. That's probably an NPCs if I were to guess. Yeah, it is. Okay, landmine is of type physics body. Wait, what the fuck? Wait a second. It has smooth sync. Ah, that's why. Fuck. Well, you know what they say. If it doesn't work, just cast. Hey, well, fuck it. Wait, why don't we just do this? Get component by class, smooth sync. Am I dumb? Valid. Teleport. There we go. Yeah! Okay, now. Back to what I was working on. Extremely important in brackets. You know, this game's kind of coming together a little bit. He says as he tries to shove a landmine down the poop chute. I think the addition of being able to send down a landmine through the poop chute is actually the best feature this game could have. Alright, now I gotta look for a landmine. I know there's a poop chute in here, but where's the landmine? Can this be sent? Fuck, whatever. Try it with the empty one. Do the landmine first. God, that's diabolical. Thank you, random generation system, for doing what you just did to me. All right. Someone stepped on one. I'm going in. Oh, fuck! All right. Well, that sucked. Why can't it? Why doesn't it work? Get component by class, smooth sync. It is just smooth sync. It's not of a child of anything. Just smooth sync. Yep. Teleport the player so that the position will not be interpolated on non-owners. Use teleporting the owner and the actor will jump to the current owner's position on non-owners. What the fuck did you just say to me? If you pick up the landmine and ship send in the pipe, can you make it explode on the other side of the pipe where it lands? Well, the idea is we would make it so it sends through... the pipe, and ideally maybe someone's in there and then maybe it flips on its back and then it explodes. That's the idea. So right now though it's not reading the overlap. What is smooth sync? It's a plugin. It's a plugin. It'd be a plugin. it has a physics body. It's blocking. So I'm not sure why this isn't able to grab the thing. Let's go ahead and do a breakpoint real quick. Just so we can see if it's actually grabbing the right thing. Yeah, SmoothSync is a plugin that helps with like syncing objects, especially physics-based objects, over the network. Don't ask me how it works. It's some fucking witchcraft or something. Oh, great. I don't think the laundromat has a poop chute. Although we should probably randomly generate one. How does it work though? I don't know. Witchcraft. I can't tell you. It's literally witchcraft. It's quite literally witchcraft, and I don't even know. Is there a landmine in here? Is there a landmine in here? Dude, I'm looking for a landmine. Oh, hey. Hey, buddy. Please come with me. Slowly. Oh, don't do what you're doing. You're freaking me out. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oof. If it falls on its back, it will activate. All right. So activate chute. It will break point. And then I'm going to be able to... I should be able to see that there is the landmine. The landmine is there. Why can't it be teleported? So, okay. At least we narrowed that part down, that it is reading it. Is there something in SmoothSync that doesn't allow it to be teleported? Looks like the platform you put the command cube. I do need to change the visuals of it because it's just there's just a bunch of block out shit. We do generate poop chutes now though. Poop chutes have been generated. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Valid print string. You can try to check if this is valid by doing a breakpoint, seeing if that's breakpointing. Maybe I should do this somewhere else. So I don't have to, maybe in the test scene, so I don't have to keep going through this shit. Oh, great. Please tell me you have a poop chute in here. Please tell me you generated the poop chute. Yes, poop chute! Now we need a landmine. And I can't spawn those, so... Looking for landmine? Buying landmine. Oh wait, there's another poop chute in here. Now I'm looking for a landmine? Dude, come on, man. Where's the damn landmine? They spawn all the time in other runs, but in this run there's none? That's some shit. I'm about to see a monster in here, aren't I? Mr. Tim Sweeney, I'm just looking for a landmine. Get this guy away from me. Oh great, there's something over there. Why is the game so dark? It's a scary, spoopy game. Also, you get a flashlight, so technically you're supposed to use the flashlight. Can I spawn a landmine? I don't think I can. Don't think I can. Where's the electricals in this thing? Up here? I wonder if there's a landmine up here. That would suck, having to bring it down. Okay. Whoa. Well, alright. Let's just run it back. I should make a way to spawn those objects, like landmines. How has the workflow been for multiplayer compared to single? A lot more extra steps? It is more extra steps. Like, you have to not only test the server, that the server works, which is what you would only have to test in single player, but you have to test if clients can see things. And it's not just like one client seeing one thing. You have to test if the server can see what the clients are doing, if the clients can see what the server is doing, and then you have to test if the clients can see what other clients are doing. So you always have to test with 3 windows. The server, client 0, and client 1. So there is quite a bit of work there. Is there a landmine in here? Please, just show me a landmine. Landmine? Looking for landmine. Landmine, show me where you are. I'll just stick to single player. Don't get me wrong. It is a lot more steps. I think it's a good idea to at least release one single player game. But man, is it fun. It's so cool and fun to see, like, the progress of a multiplayer game. Okay, I literally just need a landmine to test this fucking thing. Oh, great. We're in another randomly generated car. Testing this game is gonna fucking suck. When we have more monsters and more shit around. we 100% need landmine. We 100% are gonna need more, like, debugging menus and stuff, because this is not happening. That nearly touched the door. Careful, careful. Careful. That nearly touched the door and activated. Alright. Get in. So if the breakpoint doesn't activate... Uh-oh. What do you mean it's calling teleport? And it's still not setting the location? This landmine is a piece of shit. Can I just say? Uh-oh. Extended access index 0 from array rooms. Blah, 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 blah. Random generator manager. Uh-oh. I fully expected it to not be valid. Teleport the player so that position will not be interpolated on non-owners. Use teleport on the owner and the actual jump to the current owner's position on non-owners. Use teleport on the owner and the actual jump to the current owner's position on non-owners. I don't know how to teleport things with smooth sync. So when we when we touch the landmine, we become the owner. But the thing is, we're always technically the owner because the server. Oh my god, you know what I realized? The landmine technically has a scene and a component. Is it possible that it's not teleporting the object because it has a scene component? The default route will be deleted. Guys, the default route is not being deleted. I'm not 100% certain if the scene component is needed. Hold on. Maybe it is. Find references. Nope. So what if we just delete that? I don't know if I broke the landmines by doing that. We'll find out. Looks to me like everything's okay. Or maybe not. Hold on. Apparently, oh wait, I think landmines only spawn at the beginning of a round. No matching actors, showing 7. Yeah, they look like they're fine. Business as usual, business as usual. What the hell? Ah, you spawned in a wall. Of course. Of course. Aha. Of course. Why, yes. Okay, one of these spawned in here. There is a chute in here. It's in car 3. Oh my god, I gotta run all the way to car 3? This shit's fucked. Unreal Engine dumb? Who knows? I don't know. That was... I might have needed that. And someone just blew it up. It's very possible I needed that. Oh, hey. We're fine. Besides the fact that I think there's a monster in here. Oh, cock! I need a different landmine. I'm looking for a different landmine. It's not what I meant. I'm hungry. What time is it? Oh my god, it's dinner time. It's been dinner time! Oh my god, there's a wolf at the end of the... Alright, send me through. I'm out of here. Alright. Okay, we'll figure that out another day. I gotta eat. I'm hungry. See you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. No flush noise today. Good progress though. I think we did. Yeah, I don't know what we did. I don't remember what we did. whatever. Who cares? See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for dropping. I don't know what time I stream at because I got to go to the gym. Probably going to be a little bit later. I don't know. We'll see. I also got to work on my videos, so I got to work on that too. So thanks for dropping by. Hope you have a great day. And I appreciate you spending your time here with me for some reason. I hope you enjoyed it, though. Yeah. See you then. Goodbye.